The shark has somehow survived the multi-gigajoule explosion unscathed. But just like that, she's on to other things. In case you're wondering about me, the network namby-pambies canceled our program due to depictions of actual death. So I'm now broadcasting online, free from the meddling of censorious business. I have it on good authority that Bayou Buddies will soon play host to a FEMA DHS incarceration drill. Understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. In the kill or be killed world of the sea, performance-enhancing mutagens provide benefits that could mean the difference between life and death. Hunger is a driving force for the bull shark. Over the course of a bull shark's life, it will ingest quite a broad assortment of flotsam and jetsam. A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. From the moment she's born, the shark's cold, expressionless eyes are constantly on the watch for food. The sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food. Anyone who has delved into the stomach contents of a shark is acutely aware that they'll eat just about anything. Not really a gourmand, the bull shark will eat just about anything. Sometimes even sharks just need to dirty bulk. All these recent oil spills are merely contrived events designed to cripple the Gulf's fishing industry. Hi, my name is Trip Weston. Recently, I produced the television nature series, Maneater. Over the course of filming, our cameras witnessed unprecedented displays of evolution, strange mutations never before observed by the human eye. When I spoke to a prominent marine biologist, she claimed it was due to Port Clovis's extreme levels of radioactivity and industrial effluent. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was merely trying to placate. What did she mean? And why wasn't she telling me? Then, as if the stars had all aligned, the former Q-level security specialist sat down next to me. What he told me would haunt me for the better part of a year and lead me back to Port Clovis on a dangerous journey through dark secrets, government cover-ups, and a clandestine cabal of extraterrestrial elites single-mindedly determined to enforce their will on humankind. Come with me on a quest for the truth. Truth Quest. Judging by the bull's behavior, she smells a new creature. If it threatens her apex status, a heated confrontation is inevitable. The predator must act quickly, lest she lose the scent of her prey. The shark works the odor trail with a singular focus. Perhaps she's caught scent of Jormungandr, the world-encircling sea serpent of Norse legend. What admirable hustle! The creature has disappeared, probably whisked away by a government boat, lest we capture the beast on video. The modern-day Kriegsmarine has arrived. So many sheeple going about their daily lives, ignorant that their minds are held captive by forces they don't know or understand. Questers, whatever it is the shark caught scent of, the secretive Black Ops unit conspicuously called NWO has captured it. What might be their nefarious plans? The markings on this satellite suggest that it belongs to Cyprus, a top-secret military compound, and perhaps the home base of these NWO troops. Unfortunately, I suspect there's more where that came from. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifex. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifex. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup. This is the Plover Island complex, commonly referred to as Site P. Whatever bizarre and dark depravity lurks within its bowels, we're about to find out. This ship is not piloted by men, but bioelectric extraterrestrial military robots. Port Clovis is a hotbed of global elite debauchery, and the alien aggressors will defend it to the death. Appear the great galleons of the global conspiratorial elite. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. The big fish seek shelter as the NWO shock troops assemble. Clearly, the NWO is using some ancient builder race technology. light is but one of millions in the villainous cabal's interstellar quantum communications hub. The bull shark demonstrates the importance of getting enough minerals in her diet. The government enforcers retreat to polish their jackboots. The shadowy cabal despises the fish for her independence of mind and spirit. Like the futile thrashing of a dying lion, we are witnessing the collapse of the old and impotent New World Order. You can tell that this is old World War II technology due to all the flickering. Bull sharks have a habit of gobbling up anything that finds its way into the water. This protein supplement has zero additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors. If there's no such thing as targeted weather warfare, then why am I occasionally... The rapacious rover is always swimming, searching for anything to satisfy the gluttony that is their defining trait. Don't be fooled by this elaborate diorama. The real horrors are buried deep underground. These are dark actors playing dark games, and they don't appreciate anyone attempting to foil their diabolical schemes. This shark understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. Anticipating a reprisal, the predator flees. The NWO is still in hot pursuit. The fish must be cunning, because unlike her pursuers, she doesn't have a 5,000 horsepower engine. This footage could only be captured with the best professional-grade Swedish drone cameras. She successfully evaded the New World shock troops, at least for the time being. NASA's fraudulent Apollo 11 moon landing was necessary. Otherwise, the world would have seen the domes and spires of the insectoid's lunar base, Vraxon. This instantized protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious mass. Certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race. While intellectually, I understand that adrenochrome is a byproduct of synthetic epinephrine with no practical applications. Emotionally, I understand that it's siphoned directly from children's pineal glands as the immortality drug of the Luciferian elite. threatens to execute Protocol 5. The shark refuses to subjugate herself to the insectoid's will, and thus is targeted as a threat. Horrified at what she's already witnessed, the predator lashes out against the Illuminist group's deceitful agenda. Suppressed free energy source, the electric great white. To nourish herself on the local fauna, for this bout can't be won on an empty stomach. I started this channel 6 months ago, only to be met with personal attacks by uninformed citizens like BombLord69, who commented, "What a dumb A-word, F-word, piece of S-word." It continues in that vein for several paragraphs. insectoid high priests of war won't be satisfied until the Gulf turns red with the blood of the slain. Naval dominance has always been part of the hidden agenda of the insectoid elite. They hate our boats because our boats mean freedom. The shark struggles to disentangle the luminous web of fabrication and untruth. Many people believe that 300,000 years ago, the insectoids created humans to mine the Earth's gold.
I'm not seeing it. Maybe it was never here to begin with.
The enemy is thwarted by the force of righteous truth and must return again to plotting and scheming. Electric great whites are one of this planet's great untapped natural energy sources.
Sharky, sharky!
The expansion of Lucifer's one-world kingdom will have to wait another day. An electric great white can go weeks without eating. It just chooses not to. These scavengers of the sea are vital in cleaning the ocean floors of edible and semi-edible detritus. Every year, we're sprayed with billions of pounds of toxic aerosols. That's why you've got to protect your cellular matrix with Sulfur Shield organic sulfur crystals, only from Survival Life. as we venture further into the heart of darkness, you may be shocked by the atrocities unfolding before you. This is just the sort of response I prepared for after dedicating myself to informing the masses about the real truth behind global events. If you get poisoned by a shadow orca, good luck tracking down that anti-venom. It's clear that this orca has no loyalty to its country of origin, only to raw, naked power. Coincidentally, Shadow Orca was also the name of a CIA-funded covert op to overthrow the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. This unholy creation has all the markers of Insectoid Commander Korg and his diabolical method. Source close to Truth Quest learned that orca was laundering money for the Bolivian drug cartels. So good news. The shark has taken a keen interest in an electrical transformer.
Here.
That transformer must have been powering NASA's insidious Project Bluebeam. But how did the shark know? Time we destroy all license plates, for they are just another symbol by which the state asserts its control over us. The explosion has drawn unwanted attention, The patriotic Piscus must be swift to avoid capture. She should hurry, as trespassing on military property could result in a 6-month prison sentence. Doggedly pursues the fleeing predator. I haven't seen a fish this wily since Babe Winkleman tried to catch that pike in northwestern Ontario. The bull's olfactory center registers the sweet smell of freedom. Now we see what the NWO's been hiding. Inside sources have ascertained its name, Moloch. This devious aquatic bioweapon is designed to disperse a mist of viral particulate, a potent combination of Ebola, anthrax, and Lassa fever. Within weeks, it will spread from Port Clovis to infect the entire world. Then, Big Pharma will reveal that they've developed a vaccine. The price? Every country must submit to the Insectoid Brotherhood. We must stop them before they can implement their demonic program. To alarm you, but I have reason to believe I'm being spied on by the Pakistani government. The Masonic forces will stop at nothing to maintain power. Just an update, I performed my own technical surveillance countermeasures and didn't find any bugs, hidden cameras, or GPS trackers. Yet. Friends, hide your gold, silver, and palladium. It won't be long before the NWO makes the holding of precious metals illegal. Insectoids, I've just eaten a whole tube of nano silver toothpaste. I'm f***ing invincible. The alien cabal is forced to give ground. But rest assured, They have already begun remarshaling their forces. Project Sunshine side effect, the bone sperm whale. This is just a prelude to a full-scale cetacean invasion. Tell you something about whales. They're into gun running, drug dealing, sex trafficking. Nothing is beneath them. America is surrounded by rogue cetaceans, and only this shark is paying attention. If you value your planetary sovereignty, all of this must be destroyed. Castle Bravo survivor, the irradiated bone sperm whale. Are coming, and they want none of you left standing. are being controlled by some invasive radio. I think that's her problem. I'd say the shark's poor technique is really limiting her swim speed. This fish really needs a second wind. The big fish masterfully demonstrates how to splash and dash. This is it, friends. If this show fails to awaken humanity, we're irrevocably lost, and the insectoids will carve us up for dog. The shadowy cabal despises them for her independence of mind and spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stock up on industrial bleach before it's all confiscated by the big pharma. The insidious forces have grown despondent, perhaps recognizing that they have but a short time left to rule. Piloted by men, but bioelectric, our extraterrestrial overlords retaliate out of fear of exposure. reclaim its watery empire.
It's over, boys and girls. Tune in tomorrow for the next.
And we're off to the races. Look at the determination. That is some sailfish level swim. That shark just earned her PhD in race science. Wait, hold on, that came out wrong. The Dark Brotherhood will carry out their global coup d'etat by any means they deem necessary. Sadistic evildoers have set sail, gleefully ready to commit heinous crimes from the decks of their warships. hardcore intergenerational Satanist TJ Tough. Is a hotbed of global elite debauchery, and the alien aggressors will defend it to the death. Things are happening now. Is it mere coincidence that if you divide 2021 by 3, then subtract 7.6666666667, you get the number of the beast, 6.
Guess I'll just have to be patient. Let me light up the gun.
is the color of Anubis, Egyptian lord of the dead, one of many gods the Illuminati worship with sacrificial rites. Hot metal, high heat, and aviation fuel can have explosive results. The insectoids are rattled that the shark will soon reveal the truth of their agenda. Beneath his human mask, the insectoid helmsman gazes with dichotic eyes, and with pincers gnashing, proclaims his ship the Ship of Death. The modern-day Kriegsmarine has arrived, its frothing wake churning with the blood of the innocent. Naval dominance has always been part of the hidden agenda of the insectoid elite. They hate the outposts because our boats mean freedom. All fits into the harrowing end-of-day scenarios revealed in ancient prophecy. 13th degree York Wright Mason, Ron Honeywell.
What is that?
Is this shark toying with us? Is this shark toying with us? Are you toying with me? Sharky, sharky! I'm getting
The insectoid high priests of war won't be satisfied until the Gulf turns red with the blood of the slain. Dim the revolutionary fervor of these demon-infested men. This is a decadent empire in its final stage of collapse.
Guess I'll just have to be patient.
Okay, trust the shark's plan.
Not seeing anything yet. Top Raz says it's time to go home. WO.
The shark has successfully avoided the scythe of the murderous clique of alien conspirators. I always suspected that that man was part of a Chinese-led coup against the United States.
Over here! That's your dorsal!
My enemies are everywhere. They're even wearing my own branded apparel.
God!
The big fish must be eradicated, lest she unmask the New World Order's evil. Grand Druid High Priestess Jocelyn Saint-Denis. have set sail, gleefully ready to commit heinous crimes from the decks of their warships. Site P is... The shark refuses to subjugate herself to the insectoid's will, and thus is targeted as a threat. Notice the fish-like shape of the alien aggressor's ship, a subtle homage to Nimrod's Babylonian cult of sacred fish. Energized by demon powers, the Illuminati prove a dastardly foe. Black helicopters descend, like the dark mists of the primordial god Erebus. These insectoids, masquerading as men, want to annihilate the world as we know it. The big fish will not be intimidated into submission.
Are you toying with me?
interdimensional insectoid shapeshifter, Vic Mandrake.
In front of us. Let me line up a shot.
in that sailor's eyes, they've clearly been indoctrinated into Egyptian occultism. Global elite debauchery, and the alien aggressors will defend it to the death. The New World Order has begun to amass its forces. This sortie is clearly in violation of the Constitution. Beneath his human mask, the insectoid helmsman gazes with dichoptic eyes, and with pincers gnashing, proclaims his ship the Ship of Death. Right there. You see the chemtrails? I see them. Naval dominance has always been part of the hidden agenda of the insectoid elite. They hate our boats, because our boats mean freedom. These are dark actors playing dark games, and they don't appreciate anyone attempting to foil their diabolical schemes. Mother of harlots and abominations, Barbara Terra Nova. bioweapon has reached America's shores, perhaps having already unleashed a rapid viral agent upon the citizenry. Now, the NWO will hold the country ransom, offering the vaccine. You could chalk up 23 oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure. But I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events. A source close to the Army Corps of Engineers informs me that the group has been involved in a purposely directed Gulf depopulation program for years. Maybe that was the guy who gave me the false intel about the Bolivian. This could be the bioweapon's doing, sure. But first, perhaps I should consult my friend, a world-renowned expert on the subject of ancient giants. The insectoids have worked hard to ensure that they and their conspirators continue to occupy Port Clovis's positions of power, such as Planning Commission Director Steve Traeger. I, for one, am glad the shark has purged my fan base of pernicious outsiders secretly plotting to harm my reputation. There you see it. The Ishtar Gate and Processional Way are being constructed to welcome all variety of otherworldly entities to seduce and deceive mankind. Another insectoid in human's clothing. There's no question that waffle-centric restaurants are a thinly veiled plot to topple the very foundations of our democracy. If she's eating my followers, she probably has a reason. I'm telling you, all the alphabet soup agencies are turning this into an ecological dead zone so they can... The shark has wisely routed out another sleeper agent. Private beaches remind us that the guile of the Illuminati has accomplished its goal, and that we've all become servile rule followers. what he did. You see a lighthouse. I see a monument to the engorged phallus of Osiris the sun god. Was an insectoid hologram. I saw the image flickering as he was rended limb by limb. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to say that the Warren Commission was a total farce. Could chalk up 23 oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure. But I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events.
Got a shiny new body for you, boys.
shark by sending some of its most disreputable citizens. These insectoids masquerading as men want to annihilate the world as we know it. The multi-million-dollar menace, Mama Maybell.
That's her!
Escalated, and the price on the shark's head has risen. The bioweapon appears determined to disperse its infectious bodily fluids anywhere and everywhere. COVID-17 is the miracle cancer cure that the mainstream medical establishment doesn't want you to know about. Why don't they want you to know about it? Because technically it's cyanide. And while cyanide may be toxic to you, what are these? My guess is powerful influencing machines, designed to make us hate America and love India. The influencing machine is destroyed. Americans, freed from its spell, will forsake their palak veneer for good old-fashioned. Uranium-235 test subject, the irradiated shadow orca. Some sort of anti-democratic coup is afoot, and it's safe to say the orcas are behind it. The shark must do all it can to defend the ocean domain from insects. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbert. You see, Hibbert owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Exico, who are partners with Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifiers. Therefore, Hibbert made money on the cleanup. All these recent oil spills are merely contrived events designed to cripple the Gulf's fishing industry. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to say that the Warren Commission was a total farce. A source close to the Army Corps of Engineers informs me that the group has been involved in a purposely directed Gulf depopulation program for years. Love books, but don't love to read? Autolist.com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today, like Larry Brian Zeitman's Y2K, Return of the Ultimate Threat. These are Chinese-made rigs. If there's any catastrophic methane explosions in the near future, you can't tell me that's merely an accident. You see a lighthouse. I see a monument to the engorged phallus of Osiris the Sun. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbert. You see, Hibbert owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifex. Therefore, Hibbert made money on the case. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to say that the Warren Commission was a total farce. And so we begin. This is why it's so important when swim training to practice your positioning. You know, my high school swim coach used to say, it's easier to pass through water than overpower it. Dominant performance thus far. That's another clip for this shark's highlight reel. Ready, set, go! This is actually going quite well. Technique can increase drag and decrease efficiency. She needs to make sure that her nose is always pointed toward her destination. That shark just earned her PhD in race science. Wait, hold on, that came out wrong. the behavior of wildlife in this area, the bioweapon is also spreading estrogen-mimicking endocrine disruptors. Operation Garden Plot was just the beginning. The Rex 84 program is underway. The insectoids are rounding us up for their re-education camps. Sophisticated wildlife management has never been a priority in Port Clovis, and so Amateur Hour begins. I don't know about you, but I have a small saxitoxin-filled needle that I am prepared to use in case I'm captured for forced labor in the insectoids' copper mines.
Trying to hide.
He's looking right at me. A breeze would be nice. Oh, it could be anywhere. Probably right under me.
That's kind of disappointing.
Another shark hunt draws to a close. Clearly, the NWO sunk this ship for trying to deliver food, water, and medicine to imperiled patriots. See them in action, and quite possibly discover which one of them stole my car stereo. Clovis responds with swift retributive action. by royal decree in ancient Fiji. But this is decidedly not ancient. The able-bodied seaman, Commander Percy Metcalf. The big fish resists the Babylonian Brotherhood and their conspiratorial aims. Only time will tell whether government actions can diminish Port Clovis's reputation as a shark attack hotspot. It's another unsuccessful shark hunt for the people of Port Clovis. A bounty has been posted. The shark will have to be cautious until the hunters grow bored. It seems Port Clovis has forgotten all about its rogue sharks. Many a child has run away to the sea with a head full of romantic notions of dynamiting sharks for a living.
Sapphire Bay with its shark situation. No more shark attacks on our watch. Let's go.
weeks for our crew to earn the shark hunters' trust, to convince them we were not insurance investigators questioning their disability claims. hunters hold a deep hatred of wildlife in their hearts. None more so than the shark hunter, the beast of the fleet, Captain Robert Brundtland.
Shark and Sapphire Bay?
We got him, North.
It's bounty time, y'all.
digs in as the conflict escalates. The hunt ends, but this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle. When was the last time you drank your own urine? If you're like most people, the answer is never. That's disgusting. But why? Urine is a natural miracle cure that's been in use for millennia. Best of all, it's free, always on tap, and available without a prescription. Ah, the sweet relief of urine. Try it today. This message brought to you by the International Society of Auto Urine Therapists. I will not be scared off by a traitorous clique of elitists and their planned communities. Atomic Energy Commission project, the irradiated electric great white. To acquire this great white superpower, you need a region steeped in high energy radiation, such as the Van Allen radiation. Further evidence that this fish is not of this world. a brain-to-brain interface to wirelessly operate these sharks. The NWO death squads have made clear their intention to overthrow private property. Extrajudicial killings of all owners of homes with a second bathroom are right around the corner. Mark my words. Source says they're going to shut down this broadcast under Executive Order 10995. Speech prohibitions are right around the corner, friends. Violators will be imprisoned. Dead Horse Lake is part of a large open-field experiment, a dumping ground for estrogen mimickers to feminize the populace into watching Aubrey Dominique's makeup tutorials rather than Truth Quest. Another shark hunt draws to a close. These machines dispersing mental poison from hell, creating a lumpen mass of propaganda-drugged Americans who'd rather watch Aubrey Dominique take the Cocoa Bop Challenge than read the Constitution. Aha! that, Aubrey Dominique, you delusional insectoid pawn. The hunt ends. But this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle between man and nature. The battle is over, but the war goes on. private beaches remind us that the guile of the Illuminati has accomplished its goal, and that we've all become servile rule followers. Why does our grid rely on these pollutant technologies? Because the government has suppressed the work of Nikola Tesla, whose research could have provided us with free energy forever. But I'm also currently doing a liver detox. The powers that be are frightened of this program. So frightened that they will enact the internet kill switch. Still, we must keep broadcasting as long as we can. Port Clovis is a powerful energy vortex, sacred to the insectoids for its high concentrations of caffeine, taurine, and high fructose corn syrup. The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Joe's. These beaches were built by the initiates of the Dionysian sun cult, known for their pagan rituals of catching some rays and scoping some babes. NWO's hatred of free markets and affordable consumer goods has truly reached its apotheosis. The insectoids have worked hard to ensure that they and their conspirators continue to occupy Port Clovis's positions of power, such as Planning Commission Director Steve Traeger. Sharks don't have lungs, so it's probably best she doesn't dilly-dally for too long. This is just the beginning. Next comes the countrywide search and seizure of our weapons, gold stores, and freeze-dried beef stroganoff. Intimidated by the shark's fierce love of country and implacable devotion to the ideals of liberty, the bioweapon flees to open waters.
Remember, if it's got clappers, it's male.
Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
I see ya. Never mind.
Oh, it can be anywhere. It's hunting a bullet.
With little fanfare, another bounty hunt. Filing your taxes shouldn't be hard. In fact, why file your taxes at all? Don't be a dupe in the game of government plunder. Get on the offense against the IRS with taxecution. Some sort of anti-democratic coup is afoot, and it's safe to say the orcas are behind it. I have it on good authority that Port Clovis Mayor Wade Hibbard is a Rosicrucian Grand Master who regularly communes with the spirit of Saddam Hussein. A source close to the Army Corps of Engineers informs me that the group has been involved in a purposely directed Gulf depopulation program for years. books but don't love to read? Autolist.com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today. Like R. Francis Epperson's Satan's Pleasure Palace, a peek inside PBS. You could chalk up 23 oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure. But I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events. Ferris wheels are a poor substitute for a truly representative government that honors the rights of its citizens. Oceanic peoples have known for centuries that the secret to glowing skin and shiny hair is orca fitting. Purely Fantastic keeps skin and hair healthy with sustainably sourced killer whale dorsal. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to say that the Warren Commission was a total farce. In superpowers such as electricity manipulation. That or but I'm also currently doing a liver detox. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifex. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup. It appears that the bioweapon is not only carrying a viral agent, but the HPV vaccine as well. The beast of the bottomless pit, Moloch. to submit to a cashless society. Everything is energy, even physical matter. So maybe, if we all focus our minds on the destruction of this unholy weapon, it will happen. conspiratorial aims. Like heroic Neo, the shark has freed us from the Matrix. Now, we can unplug from the metal coils that once enslaved us, leave our mechanical caves, and greet this new dawn of truth. It's been 90 days since my last Truth Quest broadcast. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering where I've been. Well, for the past year or so, I've been partaking daily of ayahuasca. In fact, the very concept of Truth Quest came to me during a powerful vision. It was during my last vidcast that I experienced what my wife described as a psychotic break. The next day, she and my son Steven staged a family intervention. Well, I'm happy to report that since then, I've filed for divorce. Now I have time to dedicate myself to my true calling. Questers, we know that reality is just a mirage. Somewhere through the crack between time and space, great cosmic truths remain, still awaiting discovery. These are the obscure and unmarked points along the road of our Truth Quest. Don't forget, everything you see is just window dressing for the Matrix. When radioactive particles pass through skin, they change creatures' DNA, resulting in superpowers such as electricity manipulation. That or heat. But I'm also currently doing a liver detox. bitter feuds and quasi-legal get-rich-quick schemes set aside for now, the shark hunters get to work. An inner voice has told me to share this revelation. Australia does not exist. Humans' attention spans are short. They've already forgotten about the shark and her many crimes, so thus ends the bounty. Dead Horse Lake is part of a large open-field experiment, a dumping ground for estrogen mimickers to feminize the populace into watching Aubrey Dominate's makeup tutorials rather than Truth Quest. Is a hotbed of global elite debauchery, and the alien aggressors will defend it to the death. How do we only have 233 viewers? Ugh. I'm gonna send a tersely worded email to YouTube CEO about squelching free speech. On the line, the shark hunters get serious about finding our bull shark before Signing the Declaration of Independence was a death warrant for our courageous founding fathers. So too have I selflessly put myself at tremendous risk with Truth Quest.
I ain't into games.
It could be anywhere.
I just know she's near.
Is that a shark?
Well, I don't know. Maybe she's scared.
Show your face.
Hey, shark, get your ass out here.
Could be looking right at me.
She's close. She's real close.
Yeah, but please it'd be nice.
Cranked off. Damn.
The hunt ends. But this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle between man and nature. What happens inside these gated communities? 2 words: sex cults.
What? Shark!
Clovis responds with swift retributive action.
Near these golden shores.
Down another shark.
Hey, what's going on with my viewer count? Listen, you controlled techno-fascists, I will not be silenced. The powers of society have retaliated with deterrent action, but mankind is ultimately impotent to stop Mother Nature's vengeance. The shark blasts out with an unbelievable stuff. I can't impress enough the importance of core-driven swimming. But I'm also currently doing a liver detox. The shark bursts right out of the gate. The big fish is falling behind. Going to need a late surge to come out on top. I'd say the shark's core technique is really limited for swim speed. Just like a quote of the day calendar, that was inspiring. improve the shark swimming performance. You know, my high school swim coach used to say, it's easier to pass through water than overcome it. A slight bodily adjustment might decrease her drag. This fish really needs a second wind. Swimming is an ancient discipline, and this shark has it mastered. Is part of a large open-field experiment, a dumping ground for estrogen mimickers to feminize the populace into watching Aubrey Dominique's makeup tutorials rather than Truth Quest. And away we go! This is why it's so important when swim training to practice your positioning. This is getting tense. Wow, such speed and control. Looks full of adrenaline. The big fish masterfully demonstrates how to splash and dash. Are a great way to build those swimming muscles. This is actually going quite well. Is some sailfish level swim. To quote the title of my favorite early 2000s teen thriller, that turned me into a swim fan. Ferris wheels are a poor substitute for a truly representative government that honors the rights of its citizens. Another shark hunt. A new inside source is uploading me with information. Oh, it's a photo of two homeless men in an alley in there. Oh. A source close to the Army Corps of Engineers informs me that the group has been involved in a purposely directed Gulf depopulation program for years. 1 sessions with a USA swimming certified coach. This is a race against time, and she's already losing. She looks full of adrenaline. Look how gracefully she glides through the water. The shark exhibits incredible maneuverability. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to remind you that the founders specifically denied Congress the power to print paper currency. What a feat of fastness. Feel the water. I think that's her problem. By reducing drag, the shark can make a minimum energy investment for a maximum speed return. Look at the determination. This could be one for the record books. The shark's dorsal helps her keep balance as she moves through the water. To quote the title of my favorite early 2000s teen thriller, that turned me into a swim fan. Oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure. But I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events.